Good evening, colleagues. I'm going to ask folks if they can start coming to the dais. So if I could get folks to come forward, it would be great. We have a few people missing.
Recording in progress.
All right, I'm going to call our meeting to order. And as folks come in, pardon me, I'm going to just make a few safety reminders. Please take a moment to identify the exit nearest to you. The nearest ED is in the back of the room. Here, restrooms are outside the double doors and to your left. In the unlikely event we need to evacuate, your evacuation point is the plaza that you pass to come in. I want to welcome every member of the public who's joined us today. And if you'd like to address the board, please, if you are able to fill out a blue speaker card. Virtual attendees can use the raise hand function in Zoom or press *9 if you're dialing in. We'll be inviting those who attend in person to speak first, followed by those in Zoom. Colleagues, I'm going to remind you to keep your mics muted, mostly because we have gremlins. Okay, we're going to now go to roll call. Elaine?
Thank you. Abikoga? Blankley?
Here.
Burt?
Here.
Cohen? Davis?
Here.
Dean? Foley?
Here.
Jane?
Here.
Kamei? Lee? Present. Lee Eng? Here. Lee Eng present. Mahan?
Here.
Montano?
Here.
Rennie? Torres?
Present.
Turner? Vice Chair Lopez?
Here.
Chairperson Chavez?
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you so much. We're now going to move to item 1.2, and this is orders of the day. Are there any changes from my colleagues to the agenda? I don't see any of my colleagues raising their hand. Staff, are there any changes that you want to recommend? No? No? Okay. We're going to go on to item 2.1. This is awards and commendations. The first item is a resolution of commendation for outgoing Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee member Herman Wadler. Can I have a motion and a second to adopt the resolution?
Second.
So we have a motion by Deb and a second by Pam. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposition? Any abstentions? That passes unanimously. I'd like to ask Herman if he could join me and Carolyn to come up, and I'm going to ask our vice chair to read the resolution.
So this will be long, a lot of accomplishments to celebrate. Whereas Herman Wadler demonstrated extraordinary commitment to VTA and the community by steadfastly volunteering his time and effort over 20 years. And whereas Herman Wadler's ably guided the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee as committee vice chairperson in 2006 and chairperson in 2007. And whereas Herman Wadler provided his expertise and guidance to the VTA on promoting and enhancing non-motorized transportation opportunities throughout Santa Clara County and served as the liaison between VTA and the County of Santa Clara as a roads commissioner. Whereas Herman Wadler was a key contributor in the advisory committee enhancement process, which improved efficiency. And whereas Herman Wadler, as an experienced road cyclist, laser focused on safety, tirelessly served the community as an expert volunteer instructor at a local bicycle driving academy, and estimates he has fitted close to 5,000 bicycle helmets over 20 years. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the VTA Board of Directors does hereby commend and express its sincerest appreciation to Herman Wadler for his exemplary service to VTA and the community. And be it further resolved that this resolution is presented to Herman Wadler with the thanks and best wishes of VTA. Passed and adopted today, this 5th day of September, 2024. Thank you, Herman, for your service.
Let's give him another big round of applause. That is a long time. And Carolyn was reminding him that they met when she was here as a new staff person. So you've trained all of us, so thank you again. Item 2.2 is the retiree commendation. Our retirees are unable to join us today, but I wanted to make sure we took a moment to recognize them. Colleagues, their combined years of service total over 137 years, and their contributions to VTA and service to the community will never be forgotten. So I want to acknowledge Judy Cower, a light rail power supervisor who served for 32 years. Jim Willem, manager, bus engineering, quality assurance, and warranty services for over 30 years. And the following people have each served for 25 years. Rudy Capelon, transit maintenance supervisor. Nimrod Kempis, transit mechanic. Eric Walton, materials manager. Let's give them a big round of applause. I'm sorry they couldn't join us today. But we are so grateful for their service. I'm now going to go to public comment, and this is an opportunity to speak to an item that is not on the agenda, but that is within the purview of our board's jurisdiction. If there are any public speakers, please fill out a blue card and come forward, and we'll begin with James Whitman. Welcome.
Should I speak into this microphone or not?
Do you speak right at the podium? There's a microphone built right in. Thank you for the question.
This is James Whiteman. I like this thing you guys are doing on the 90-day ban for bad behavior on the bus and light rail, but I think it should be for more things. Like for leaving garbage on the bus or light rail or leaving garbage on the VTA light rail platforms or stations. This is a disaster. You guys have got to clean this up. Here, I was attacked on the VTA light rail on August 16th, and I made a report to VTA Downtown Customer Service Center. And somebody just hit me and threw my 49ers hat off. And I read an incident report. I like this VTA 90-day ban thing you guys are doing, and I think it's excellent. And I think you should do it for other things like not paying fare evasion and fare evasion. All right.
Thank you. Anybody else for public comment? None?
Yes. They have my card.
Oh, William, welcome.
Got very limited time, but I brought up three things. First of all, about at the VTA bus stop in July of 2024, unknown adult came in, walked up to the number 64B, Olo and Chenoweth, started blowing that poison, that cannabis. It is not lawful at the federal level, the Federal Controlled Substances Act. It is not lawful. I went to O'Connor Hospital. They had no way of checking my lungs. All they could do was take a very private, like a urine test. I don't want to be exposed to that, nor ought any of the other passengers or any other. I had the same thing happen at Santa Clara inbound. I forget the intersection. The other is with VTA rail. Now, I've kept all three cards. I may not be able to memorize because of time, but rebuilding of infrastructure through Congress, funding for the light rail, Olo and Chenoweth, all of it. And that includes new engines and new cars.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment?
Yes, there are two requests on Zoom. Barney, please accept the unmute, and you may begin speaking when ready.
My name is Barney Smits, and I'm a licensed professional engineer for the record. I would like the public and the full VTA board to watch the videos of the August 8th and August 9th meetings. These videos demonstrate that VTA and BART are on different planets. In the August 8th meeting, VTA board members were very concerned about the $1.2 billion budget shortfall and asked numerous questions about the contract off-ramp, the apples-to-apples twin bore versus single bore comparison, and early works projects, etc. But in the August 9th meeting in the BART boardroom, it was all smiles, no concerns, nothing to worry about on the BSV2 project. How can this be? If it was not clear to the public before, it is clear now that VTA is misleading this board and potentially lying to you. This board needs to take a stand and demand real answers. VTA must provide the apples-to-apples comparison prior to moving this project forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Barney. Our next speaker is Blair. Please accept the unmute and begin speaking when ready.
Hi, Blair Beekman. Happy fall. It's been a while. Hope everyone's doing okay. I wanted to comment that, I've been speaking for a few years now, non-agenda public comments, and the importance of addressing the future of shot spotter technology at the Berryessa BART station. We really should reduce the number of shot spotter speakers there, and I think we're learning that shot spotter is not quite as relevant as it once was. And its mission purpose is changing. So I hope we can really address the future of ShotSpotter and not be so security-minded and putting up such a front when people first enter Lake Berryessa BART station. Good luck to ideas of equity and best practices for the future. And good luck to a future of accessibility and good communication about the future of high-speed rail. And that, East Bay is doing a lot in their part as well. We should learn to share those practices publicly. Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you. We have one more comment in the room, and that's Lelaine Jordan. And now I'm going to close public comment after Lelaine. Thanks. Welcome.
Good afternoon. I am a mother of a child with developmental disability who is very dependent on VTA transportation. The thing is, my daughter is given a leeway to wait for 3 hours. An example is she works at 9 o'clock a.m. She is given a pickup time at 5:45. I was explaining to the supervisor or whoever can help me if there should be a shorter window time. Since my daughter having in the bus for a long time, she can have an accident. My daughter has a disability and she cannot completely communicate what she needs. I hope you would give a shorter window time. Imagine she would wake up at 5 o'clock to prepare for her 5:45, and she would work at 9 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Sure. I'm going to ask Lisa Vickery if you could speak with Elaine now. Thank you. We're going to close the public comment. We're moving on to item 5, and these are our, we don't have any public hearings, so I'm going to move to item 5, and that is reports. And 5.1, which are committee reports. Ryan Globus, the Citizen Advisory Committee Chairperson, will provide the report for 5.1A. And I believe.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome, thank you. Good evening, Chair Chavez, Vice Chair Lopez, General Manager Gnat, and members of the board. Thanks so much for also letting me come in via Zoom today. So the Citizens Advisory Committee, we last met on August 7th. And first, I want to express our gratitude for General Manager Gnat for stopping by and answering our questions. We got a lot of questions and excitement from our members about the recent FTA commitment of over $5 billion for the BART extension, and we're really excited for that. And we also got to meet Beverly Green and the new Chief Government Affairs Officer, and we all look forward to working with her. After that, we had 2 informational items. One was on the Better Bus Stop program, and we had a robust discussion about that and about ensuring that there are better bus stop amenities at high schools and medical facilities and for stops that are frequented at night, as well as making sure the new benches are comfortable in the hot or cold temperatures. But overall, again, there was a lot of appreciation and excitement about what the program has done so far. And finally, we received a presentation from staff on the Viva shuttle, the autonomous driving pilot program. Again, a lot of good discussions, a lot of questions about what the next steps after this pilot are and if there's any future pilots, as well as discussion of recognition, the role of labor, that the bus operators and the light rail operators do a lot more than just driving and interact a lot with riders and the environment around them that they work in. So yeah, our next meeting will be on Wednesday, September 11th at 4 p.m. We'll be at the VTA headquarters on North First Street, and we'll also be on Zoom for members of the public. Thank you so much. Are there any questions about my report?
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ryan? Ryan, thank you very much for joining us. We're going to move
Thank you
on
so
to,
much.
you bet, item 5.1B, Yvonne Martinez Beltran, Policy Advisory Committee Chairperson, will provide the report remotely. We're going to hear all of those speakers. We're going to go to 5.1. We're going to hear everybody under 5.1. Then we'll go to public comment, and then we'll go to 5.2. Thank you. But she's not here? Okay. So the report's in your packet for item 5.1B. And also in the online packet, we have the chairperson's reports for 5.1C, 5.1D, and 5.1E. And I want to thank all of them for volunteering. And I think, do I take public comment after Carolyn, after 5.2? Okay. Any public comment on these reports prior to getting to our next item?
We do have one on Zoom. Blair, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hi, Blair Beekman. Thank you for continuing the tradition of allowing public comment before the chairperson's report, Chief Executive Officer report. Thanks a lot for, you have a continuous practice of allowing the CAC to speak at this time, and it's always so nice to hear CAC report outs. The CAC has had a really special place for a long time within the VTA, and that's a lot from the work of Herman, who got accommodation today. So thank you for his work and efforts. I hope we continue the good practices of the CAC, and to work on the autonomous vehicle issue. Was the concept of biometric technology talked about? Because it's a really important part of the future of the autonomous vehicle process and this project itself. We have to really learn how to have those conversations openly and not fear them. Thank you.
And James, would you like to speak on this item as well? Welcome.
I don't know what that Visitor Citizen Fighters Committee is, but I was on the light rail today and I saw this passenger. The driver told me to put out smoke, and the passengers just started freaking out and to say, "So what?" I called VTA. I called the VTA customer service number and I reported it was on light rail 986. That's another thing that should be granted for a 2-week suspension or 2-day suspension off VTA.
Thank you, James. We're going to close the public comment. So what I'm going to remind folks is that when we hear the first speaker, after that first speaker, we're going to close the queue. So just so that we can manage the meeting, I'm going to go to this person, and then we're closing the queue now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Barney, you may begin speaking when ready.
Thank you. My name is Barney Smits for the record. On the BSV2 project, I would like to point out that the absence of any findings from the single bore versus twin bore comparison continues to show that this project has no idea whatsoever about how much VTA is going to be paying for this unsafe single bore design. How is this in any way responsible stewardship? Again, I would recommend that both the VTA and BART boards hold workshops on the contractual agreement between BART and VTA, the 2001 comprehensive agreement, so as to get full uniformity and compliance with that contract. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're going to move on to item 5.2, and I'm going to just remind the speakers that this will be the general manager's report along with the government affairs update. We will then go to public comment, but I'm going to ask the public comment be focused on the reports that are presented. 5.2, yes. Did I skip you? Yes, I read that into the record. Yeah, thank you. So 5.2, I'm going to move to the general manager's report.
Good evening. Oh, can we put the first page up? Oh, there we go. Okay, so what you're seeing here is our newest VTA mascot for Transit Month. This month is Transit Month for September, and you'll notice in the flyers you have that are left at your chair that there is more of an explanation of what we're doing for Transit Month, and that features our fun little new green guy that is in that circle there. Next slide. Actually, I'm going to go through the next two slides. Okay, there we go. I want to talk a little bit about bus ridership. We have some good news. We have known for the last year that we have had some of the strongest ridership recovery in the nation, particularly for our bus service. And so what you're seeing is a steady increase for our weekday bus ridership. In August of 2024, we were up 10% over the same month last year. And the last year, we were up over 19% over the year before. And I want to give credit to our whole workforce for making sure we're providing the service our community needs, and it's paying off with customers coming back to VTA and making it their transportation of choice. So we really are continuing to show strong ridership. I also want to talk about a little bit about the peak period, because I was looking at that, and as school's coming back in, we are seeing the peak hour at about 3 to 4 p.m. is the peak hour, and then it's going down a little bit between 4 and 5. We see steady ridership once it goes up at 11 to be pretty much similar all the way through till about 3 o'clock, and then it goes up to about 4. But no hour really peaks really heavily, so it's really consistent throughout the day. So that really tells us that we need to continue to have all-day service for a lot of our workers, residents, and students. I want to go to the next slide. And these are talking a little bit about the service changes that we are implementing in 2024. We started doing last month, and we're going to continue rolling them out until October. 7 of our bus routes will be fully restored to their full service conditions as they were adopted in the 2024 Transit Service Plan. And other routes will either have their hours extended or will make small schedule adjustments to account for things like changes in traffic conditions, signal delays, or shifts in passenger volumes. And I also want to highlight that these August changes and the restoration of some bus trips that were suspended during the pandemic will bring us to 99% of our pre-pandemic full service for buses and 96% for light rail. So I'm really, really proud of that watermark, because that is really a lot of service coming back into this county. And I want to go to I want to go back to the Regional Transportation Funding Measure. I'm going to ask Beverly Green to give a report on the most recent status on what is going on. As I had mentioned, as we've talked about this previously, SB 1031 was pulled, but there is still a lot of discussions in the region about the transit shortfall and a potential regional transportation funding measure. So, Beverly, you're on.
Yeah, Beverly.
Good evening, board members. I'm Chief Government Affairs Officer Beverly Green, through the General Manager, providing an update in the Government Affairs report on a potential regional measure. I'm joined by Aaron Quigley, Senior Policy Analyst. The Metropolitan Transportation Commission, or MTC, is studying a regional measure for the 2026 election. They're considering 2 scenarios. The first scenario is a 30-year half-cent sales tax, where 4 counties would automatically be included. These are Alameda, Contra Costa, San Mateo, and San Francisco. The other 5 counties, including Santa Clara, would be able to opt in separately. This measure would yield about $540 million per year to be divided up among the counties involved. The second scenario is a 30-year tax. However, it comes in the form of a parcel tax or a payroll tax. All 9 counties would be included in that plan and split up an estimated $1.5 billion a year generated. 2 MTC committees are evaluating these scenarios. The MTC Select Committee is composed of representatives of interested organizations, business leaders, legislative staff representing State Senators Wiener and Wahab, and 10 MTC commissioners, including VTA board members Chavez and Mahan. MTC Executive Committee is composed of the regional transit general managers, and they will make a recommendation to the full commission. The goal is to have one of these scenarios chosen this fall so that plans can get underway to put a measure on the ballot in 2026. Staff will continue to keep you apprised of the progress of this potential regional measures. And I'm here to answer any questions that you might have.
And let me provide a little bit of clarification. On the scenario 1 where it says other counties opt in, the Alameda, Contra Costa, San Mateo, San Francisco would primarily have a different split of how their funds would go, which they would heavily handle a lot of the transit shortfall issues that are around BART, Muni, AC Transit, and Caltrain. And if a county opts in, there would still be a contribution to the transit transformation efforts in the region, which would be with those 4 counties as well. And then 90% would go back to the counties flexed, but you would still have an obligation to the transit, any transit shortfalls you would have with your regional partners. So that is the way the current scenario 1 is. I just want to conclude with, there's a government affairs update that's in your packet, and I want to note that there is a board flyer update that's at your place that gives you other information about what's going on at VTA and how we're out in the community, and the ridership and security safety statistics are in the online packet. So I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thanks. I'm going to first go to public comment, and then I'll come back to the board for comments and questions. And I'm going to invite up Zachary. Oh, Zachary, Michael, and I'm not sure the last name. So welcome, and then Harry to follow. Welcome.
Hello. We are members of the Silicon Valley Youth Climate Action, or CVYCA's transit team. We aim to raise awareness and funding for public transportation, which is a crucial solution in our fight against climate change. We hope to collaborate with the Children's Discovery Museum from September 15th to September 21st in spirit of Transit Month in September.
We would like the VTA's assistance with this event. We believe that collaborating with the CDM could attract more public transportation commuters and enhance your brand image through this event. We are eager to discuss this opportunity further with CDM's marketing team, and with your help, we can make this a successful event.
Right, so we've already sent you an email with further details, and we would like you guys to respond as soon as possible so that we could get this event underway.
Thank you. I was just looking. Thank you. I can't believe you did that in 1 minute. Well done. You actually deserve an applause. Woo! I'm going to ask if Patrice, would you take an opportunity to meet with these young advocates, and welcome and thank you. And if we could have Harry come on up. If you gentlemen can wait, Patrice will work with you. Harry, welcome.
Good evening, board members. I'd like to comment on the presentation that was just given regarding the regional transit measure. But first of all, thank you, staff. So the regional transit measure is, as it stands and as it stood last time it was seriously discussed before being killed in the Senate, it was and still is a bit of a mess. And I think one of the things that makes it a mess that can be solved, in California, it seems like we are limited to a single type of tax for any given measure. In other states, this is not true. I know VTA has a very close relationship with the chair of the Transportation Committee, Senator Cortese. It could be something to be moved through the legislature to enable multiple smaller taxes that can add up to something larger and have less of an individual impact. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one comment online, and I'm going to close the queue after that. You have two? Yeah,
Yes.
we're going to close the queue after, because after the first person's done speaking, we'll be closing the queue in the future.
Okay. We have two speakers, Blair and Adina. Blair, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hi, Blair Beekman. Thank you for this item. Good luck in possible funding dollars available. Good communication skills that are needed. I think Board President Chavez can be very helpful as a go-between between all the counties for these sort of items. And I think we're going to have to be, I'm guessing you're addressing San Francisco transit agencies, big bankruptcy kind of in the past few years with their transit agency. And so they're going to need a lot of infusion of money, I'm guessing, that hopefully Council President Chavez can know how to talk about well and work well with for the rest of the counties. And to also consider, thank you that ridership is up. We have a lot of issues to deal in coming out of COVID. We always have to be thinking about those concepts and talking about them openly. And good luck how we can do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Blair. Our final speaker is Adina. Please accept the unmute and begin speaking when ready.
Hello, good evening, board members. Adina Levin with CMOS Bay Area. For disclosure, I'm on the select committee. Thanks to staff for the presentation. I wanted to call out a couple of things. First of all, support from the previous comment about the ballot language reform that can enable multiple smaller funding sources. In addition to the transportation share, this is something that Senator Wiener has brought forward before as legislation. That was opposed by Senator Glazer, and Senator Glazer is termed out. So there is a window of opportunity to do that. That would potentially make this more practical to fund. The other thing is that at the last select committee, there were options presented with a lot of comments and critiques of the various different options, and variants are expected to be brought forward that will hopefully address more of the issues being raised. Thank you.
Thank you. That completes public comment.
Thank you so much. I'm going to turn to my colleagues and see if there are any questions or comments about the report. Sergio, and then I'll go to you, Carmen.
Beverly, thank you for the report. I know we had a little bit of discussion around who's interested in the different options. I'm just wondering if you can say a little bit about that as we're evaluating our approach.
So there are different advantages to different counties for participating. Some of these particular counties, as was stated, they have transit agencies that have real financial challenges. The other counties that are not mentioned don't have the same financial challenges, or they've decided that this is not something that will work for them, or their transit is just not utilized enough to move forward. So we are continuing to meet with and work with our legislative colleagues in putting forth something that might be workable for us as a group. However, we understand that there may not be something that works for all of us. And so there are those of us that may need to look at a different configuration.
I'm going to hear from Carmen and then Deb, and then I just want to, I want to just present an option that I want us to consider in October that might benefit us a little bit as well as the community. So Carmen and then Deb.
Thank you, Chair. On the bus ridership on the rise, so my question is, so what do you attribute to the increase in the ridership? And following that, has there been an analysis, who are these new riders? And also curious, do we provide Wi-Fi on our buses?
Do you have somebody you want to respond to?
Yeah, Jay's coming down.
Welcome.
Good evening, Jay Tyree, I'm Manager of Service Planning. What is causing the ridership increase? There's a lot of things coming. We have gradually restored service in a responsible, conservative, deliberate way, not getting ahead of our skis on promising more service than we can actually deliver with the number of operators and vehicles that we have. So we've been very deliberate about the restoration of service. So our service today is much more reliable than it was in past years. That's one thing. We've focused on all-day service for all trip types. We call it the trips of daily life, right? It's not about the 9-to-5 commuter anymore. It's all of the above. And so recognizing that post-pandemic, that's the need is everywhere to everywhere, anytime kind of a trip, and frankly, 7-day-a-week types of trips. And so as we've restored service, we've focused on providing that robust service across the network that meets everybody's trip needs. So it's that, plus, school's back in session, and student ridership is a big part of our riders. And so, in fact, like 1 of 3 of our riders is a student from K through college level. So kind of all of the above.
Do we provide Wi-Fi
Do we provide Wi-Fi?
on our buses?
We do.
Okay.
We do.
I
I
was
was
just
thinking
curious.
for a
I didn't know
minute.
that.
We do on light rail and we do on
I
buses
know
as
on
well
light rail
now.
you do, but I wasn't sure about the buses, so.
I'm not sure that's the reason for the ridership increase, but it's an amenity
Do their
we
homework.
provide.
Who do their homework on the bus. And then, thank you very much. And then the other one for regional transportation funding measure, I know we've had the equity issue, so I'm hoping that this will come back in the future so we can really delve into the fair share if it passes. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to turn to Dev and then to Otto.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the report. We also got a similar report at Caltrain, and so I want to make sure, because we're a partner agency, a member agency for Caltrain, that we're also clear about what these measures would mean for Caltrain. So just so you know, scenario 2, even though it's triple the amount of scenario 1, it's actually fewer dollars for Caltrain, and would not meet even half of the Caltrain projected deficit in each of the years. And so that was one of the things that we got today. It would give $33 million a year and for the first 10 years, and those projected deficits are averaging $77 million a year for those first 10 years. The scenario 1 actually would give a higher amount for Caltrain. So just so you know kind of what's being talked about for Caltrain, I want to make sure our folks are aware of that. And then we had a really good discussion at the board level about these at Caltrain today, about the different counties and the percentages that we used to give member contributions for versus what our revenue is per county, by county. So I just want to make sure everybody's aware of how these would impact. And so we gave a lot of input to our government affairs team at Caltrain today about continuing to have discussions with the member agencies, so with VTA, with San Francisco, and with Samtrans about kind of what covering the Caltrain deficit could be, what kind of different options there would be. So we're looking at that as well. So I just wanted to throw that out there. We had a similar discussion with the regional transportation measure today, but we kind of went beyond just these 2 scenarios to talk about what other options could be for us to have these discussions together with our funding obligations, I think was the way somebody put it.
And just, Vice Chair Lopez just made a great request, which is if we could get the information that was shared with you sent to the entire board, just so that the board can follow what's happening with Caltrain. Otto?
Thank you. Couple of items. First is I just want to say I've learned something today that I didn't realize. We actually do have the Wi-Fi on the buses along with the light rail. And I think that's certainly something really important for a lot of riders. So I would say that's probably something we need to do more PR to push the message out to let people know that this is a service we are offered, especially in light of the fact that my former board member here, my colleague Joe Simidian, did author a bill to ban people from texting on their cars. So this is another way we could sell why taking public transportation is safer and they could use their phones. Number one. Second thing I want to mention is that I heard there's Samtrans going through some labor action right now with some sick out going on. Of course, that does not affect us. I just want to make sure that the public knows that VTA absolutely is running 100% and there's no impact to our service. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want anybody to respond or? Okay. So, colleagues, let me just say a couple of high-level things about the place we're at in discussions with the region. So both Mayor Mahan and I are on the select committee, and on the MTC board, Margaret Abe-Koga joins us as a board member colleague. One of the things that that I have made clear based on feedback I got from all of us is that we recognize that we're part of a region and we need to play a leadership role in addressing the shortfalls, especially where we have impact directly to our riders. So we have a high level of interest in Caltrain, we have a high level of interest in BART, we have a less of an interest and frankly less of a responsibility to Muni, and it would be very difficult to explain to our voters exactly why they should be investing in Muni, as Mayor Mahan has repeatedly shared with the region on your behalf. That said, we know that each organization around the region has their own timing issues relative to funding and, frankly, different issues and interests of our voters that may be dramatically different than San Mateo or, Napa County. And so what I have shared with them is that we are indeed having deep conversations with our direct partners. We have a contractual relationship with BART. We're in a JPA with Caltrain, and that we should be really rigorous in figuring out how to preserve and protect those partnerships. That said, all of that needs to be done on a condition that allows us to be responsible to the voters of our region, wearing both our hats as fiduciary leaders in the community, but also that the operations have strong and meaningful impact to our region. So in order to address that, Mayor Mahan and I will be meeting with the subcommittee of the Select Committee to better understand what sorts of options we should consider. And let me just share one that I'm very interested in. First, I do think we should play a leadership role. I think, Sergio, you had made that clear early on, and a number of our members have. That said, the conditions have to be right for the voters of our county, period. We can't ask them to do more than they're willing to do, and that means we're going to have to be very creative, very judicious, and very focused. So on your behalf, we will make sure we live within those guidelines so that we can come back to the board. And what I'd like to recommend is that we come back to the board in October with the best thinking that MTC has, but to get your direct feedback before the MTC board takes any action. The Select Committee, we might get a little caught up in timing with the Select Committee, but I think you've given us enough feedback on principles that we have some guardrails there. But I do want to make sure that we are taking some sort of more solid action in October so that we can be, all of us who are on MTC will have your best thinking as how we should proceed. Any questions, concerns, or comments about what I've just said? No? All right. All right, so we'll work with you to bring something back, at least philosophically and with the framework about how to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we're going to move on to item 5.3, and this is my report. So first, I want to talk about our board leadership elections. According to VTA's administrative code, we rotate these positions among the representative groups who serve on this board. For 2025, the chairperson of the board will be selected from the representatives of city groups 2 through 5, Northwest, West Valley, South County, and Northeast. As a reminder, those who are interested in serving as chair must make sure they are serving on the board in 2025. That's critical. It'd be a bummer to vote for you and then not have you here. The vice chair will be selected from City Group 1, and that is the city of San Jose. And those who are interested must also make sure that they're going to serve on the board in the calendar year 2025 and 2026. Any eligible member who wishes to serve should send a letter of interest addressed to me, the current board chair. Oh, it's funny, they wrote that as if I might not remember. I am the current board chair. Excellent. And also make sure you send a copy to the board office into the capable hands of Elaine. According to the VTA Administrative Code, the board conducts the election at the last meeting of the year, which is December, but my last meeting, so we're going to do it in November because that's my last meeting, so that in December we'll start with our new chair and vice chair. So because of the timing, let's see, the board will ask, we're going to have to take an action in November to allow the administrative code to let us do what makes common sense. And then we're going to have the actual chair and vice chair elections to approve the following, to move up the election to November, and the newly elected chair and vice chair will take office as soon as the chairperson is vacated. At our November meeting, I'll announce those who've shown an interest in the letters of interest in the packet, and we'll take nominations from the floor as well, and then we'll elect the chair and vice chair. Now, just one other thing I'll remind you, we created the flexibility to have chairs and vice chairs serve for more than 1 year in order to have more continuity. And that's something, I don't think it should impact the election, but I just want everybody to think about that because this is part of our strengthening our governance process. All right. Next, one of your favorite tasks I know is I want to remind you to schedule your session with our independent consultant for the board self-evaluation. This is important as an exercise so we can continuously improve and enhance our effectiveness as a board. I know some of you have pushed this off into October and late September, and I'm going to ask, and Elaine's been stalking you, please don't make Elaine stalk you. Do them as early as you can, because one of the tools that we're going to be using that for, and it's really important, is even thinking through how we're doing committee assignments in the future and a number of other things that are just really important. So don't make Elaine stalk you, so I don't have to stalk you. Okay? Any questions on that? Okay, I'm now going to take public comment on items for 5.3, if there is any. So we're going to close public comment since we have no public comment. And I think, is there any questions for me on that? I'm sorry, I should have asked that. Nope, we're good. I'm going to move on from that item. So we're now going to consent, which are items 6.1 through 6.15. Members of the public who would like to address the board on an item on consent, please raise your hand now or turn in your blue card. And to my colleagues, is there anybody who wants to pull an item off consent? Seeing none, may I get a motion for the consent calendar? Yes.
So moved.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a second? And Mayor Mahan's going to be recusing from item. So you'll
I need to recuse myself. Let me get my notes here. Government code, apologies. No. There we go. Apologies. I need to recuse myself on pursuant to Government Code Section 84308, I would like to recuse myself from participating on the contract for the law firm of Hanson Bridget. This is on consent item 6.2. I am recusing myself from participating or voting on that law firm only, but will vote on the remainder of item 6.2. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a motion and we have a second. Any public comment on this motion?
Yes, we have one speaker on Zoom. Blair, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hi, Blair Beekman. Thanks a lot for the report out from President Chavez on the previous item. For this item, you're further approving the automated vehicle program at the VA, Palo Alto VA at this time. Again, a real good look at the concepts of biometric technology. That's a subject since the era of COVID that I think we have to learn to be more open about and trusting and learning how to have those conversations publicly. And I know you guys don't like that idea, but I think it's important. I think to build trust in the future of our technology process, to build accessibility, understanding, that deflates fear. And that's really important to do. We have to work on things and build a real positive, sustainable community purpose and responsible purpose. And that means sharing what we're doing. Please don't fear these things in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment.
Thank you. We're going to close public comment. Any comments on the consent calendar? Otto?
Thank you. On item number 6.8 regarding the autonomous Viva shuttle pilot at the VA hospital in Palo Alto, it sounded like the service was much appreciated by the veterans and the families. There were some challenges identified with the technology, and I understand that has already been addressed from some of the newer models. So I would like to request staff to come back and seek funding for a future pilot with the newer technology and have this come back to the full board when it's ready.
As part of the motion?
Motion.
Is that
And
okay
then
with
second
the
thing is on
supervisor? Could you hold for a moment?
Sure.
The maker of the motion was,
me.
oh, and is that okay with the seconder as well? Carmen? Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Oh, it was you, Rosemary? Thank you, Rosemary.
And on 6.15 regarding the SB 129 update, regarding the Culture and Climate Initiative piece, I certainly would like to know when the consultant's final report will be presented to the board. What I would like to ask staff is to make sure that they are given sufficient time to provide and present this information to the board when it's ready. And if you can also share, if staff could share the plans for further board engagement on this issue.
So I want to see if staff wants to respond on the timing of that. Who's the lead staff person? Okay. What? Well, let me just say, this is actually a very important body of work, and so what I would like to request is that we can get perhaps, how about this? I'll meet with our chief executive and look to bring it back either in October or November.
That'd be great.
Yeah, I'm planning on sending out a memo that just wraps up sort of what has been done to date, both by both sets of consultants, just the materials that were done. And there'll be a link to a lot of it because it's very large documents. And then just summarize, and then what's going on right now and the next steps. And then there could be a presentation. I'll talk to
Yeah,
the
and
chair.
we'll work on it, but I do want to say, colleagues, this is an area I remain very concerned about, and I'd actually like it to go to committee before it comes to the board, and I'm not entirely sure if it should be multiple committees or one committee. What I will say is to any of you who chair a committee, if you're interested in having it come to you, if you could let me and Carolyn know, and then we'll work that out so it can come to the full board as soon as possible. But it's such an important topic, a subcommittee, I mean, it makes more sense for the committee to look at it. All right. Anything else on consent? Carmen?
Thank you. So I just had a clarifying question. So 6.6 is about agreements for the United States Route 101, Monterey Road Wildlife Crossing projects, but it's under the category of Congestion Management Program and Planning. So I'm just curious why that is under that category when we have other areas in our county. For example, we spoke about at the congestion management meeting, the Highway 101 and Highway 101 and the crossing of Highway 101 and 880, I believe. You know where it's really congestion, it's backed up for miles and miles. So
Is your question a categorical question, or do you want to bet
yeah, I just
more?
wanted some feedback, even though, you know, I'm okay with the 6.6, but I just was wondering why it's under that category.
Can
for
staff
staff.
quickly respond to that? Because if not, we'll need to take it off consent.
I mean, because does the wildlife create congestion? I mean, I'm just wondering why.
Well, there are some wild wildlife. Okay, go ahead. No, you have to push the button there. You want to try?
Now it's on?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Hi, Deborah DeGang, Chief of Planning, and I just want to make sure that I understand the question. Is the question why this item's heard by CMPP? Yes, and that is because, and again, and so the title can be a little bit of a misnomer, but that our role in any project that has to do with the roadway system falls really within our role as a county transportation agency or CMA, and so those items tend to go to CMPP for review. So those tend to be anything that's operational that's not transit.
Yeah, and that's why I'm just curious why it was under the wildlife, but you've already explained that. But I'm hoping that in the future you will bring up that one that I brought up at
Well,
the last.
may I just suggest that's a different comment, not related to this, and I'll ask you to talk to staff to
All right,
ask them
thank
to
you.
give an update. Thank you. All right, so we have a motion, we have a second. We've gotten feedback from everybody. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? And then we are going to ask for a report back with staff to meet with Carmen directly. All right, great. We're going to move on to item 7.1 on our regular agenda. This is an information item on the headquarter relocation efforts.
Great. Good evening, Chair Chavez, Vice Chair Lopez, and board members. My name is Jessie O'Malley Solis, and I'm VTA's Director of Real Estate and Transit-Oriented Development. With me here tonight is Louise Peter. She is our acting real estate implementation manager. She's going to help with the presentation. The item before you tonight is an information update that is meant for the public, but also the board, to share about where we are on our headquarters relocation efforts. And I'll hand the next few slides to Louise for presentation.
Super, thank you, Jessie. We are analyzing a headquarter relocation as the current commercial real estate market for existing buildings.
Next slide, please.
Yeah, do you mind?
Or is there a
Thank
clicker?
you. Perfect. I'm just going to start over. We're analyzing headquarter relocation as the current commercial real estate market for existing buildings represents an incredible opportunity for VTA to acquire a new facility at prices not seen in 25 years. At this time, it is significantly less expensive to acquire commercial real estate than it is to develop or build. VTA's River Oaks campus is over 40 years old and requires capital improvement and repair. The cost to bring the existing facility up to modern workplace standards could be upwards of $40 million. In the current budget cycle, we have between $8 to $10 million in operating and maintenance expenses associated with the River Oaks campus. VTA has engaged a team of third-party consultants with expertise in real estate, economics, and architecture to analyze a headquarters relocation. Colliers International is representing VTA's interest in commercial real estate. Economic Planning Systems is helping review acquisition details, including tenant improvement, moving, and furnishing expenses. Arcadis and Urban Hive are assisting in design criteria, employee engagement, and provide change management expertise. The same team previously worked with Samtrans on its recent headquarters relocation, as well as with BART on its police headquarters relocation. VTA Finance and the real estate and transit-oriented development teams have been working closely to establish a potential funding plan. Next slide, please. Simultaneously, we have been conducting significant staff outreach and engagement to assess staff needs, thoughts, and opinions on a potential relocation. We have utilized the hub to post information about the potential relocation. We have circulated frequently asked questions, two documents, one designed for staff and one for our board. We distributed an all-staff survey seeking input on facility amenities, commute patterns, et cetera. This was circulated via the hub, email, and posters with QR codes. We recognize many VTA frontline employees at our yards don't access the hub frequently, so printed surveys were circulated to the yards to ensure their input was captured.
To date, we have conducted one of 2 town hall meetings to share information. These town halls create an additional forum for staff to voice their opinions and qualities they would like to see in a new headquarters. Our consultants Arcadis and Urban Hive had led discussions and interviews with VTA's executive teams and division leads, resulting in the establishment of project champions. These project champions, 2 from each division, are briefed and provided information, giving staff easy access to information so they can share feedback and concerns. Next slide, please. The image you see on screen is from our first town hall event where we had 88 in-person and 177 online attendees. With a total of 265 participants at the town hall, we received robust questions both live and via chat. The town hall was recorded and posted to the hub to ensure those unable to attend live could still access the information and Q&As from the town hall. We are in the process of updating our FAQ to include questions and feedback addressed at the first town hall event. VTA staff has been engaged in this discussion and have shown a desire to share their feedback. To date, our staff survey has received nearly 600 responses, with largely positive feedback and a call for a more transit-centric headquarters. At the recent Administration and Finance Committee meeting, we were asked to include a public survey on a potential headquarters move. This week, we launched a public-facing survey available online and on paper and available in 6 different languages. The public-facing survey is now available in our River Oaks lobby, the Downtown Customer Service Center, and also at the rear, on a table at the rear of this building. In addition to staff and public surveys, we have also conducted a parking survey to understand parking utilization at River Oaks. On our highest occupancy date, the average stall occupancy was 54%, with a peak of 66% or 460 stalls utilized out of 701. To better understand staff commute impact of a relocation, we're also conducting a travel time analysis between staff origin via home zip code to compare various potential sites, including our current River Oaks campus. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Louise. You can see from the project timeline on the screen that we've been very busy in this season working on this effort. In spring of 2024, we held a brokerage RFP where we established a brokerage on-call bench for any of our real estate needs for VTA. We did department interviews, meeting with chiefs and heads of our divisions to understand our space requirements. We hired the architectural and economic consultant teams that Louise mentioned in the past slides. In summer of 2024, we specifically highlighted that Colliers International would represent VTA in our headquarters relocation effort. They issued a public RFP to all brokerage houses in our county and released the public requirement. We've conducted the River Oaks parking study that Louise mentioned in prior slides, and we've done significant staff engagement. In fall of 2024, we anticipate bringing a recommendation for consideration of this body. That would include a site tour or a virtual tour for our board members to take a look at the options that we would present. If there was a board approval, the next steps would include signing a letter of intent or a term sheet and starting site due diligence on a future potential location. From there, we would also execute either a lease with a purchase option or go directly to a purchase and sale agreement. Next slide, please. If VTA does relocate its headquarters, it's an opportunity to envision the future of the River Oaks campus. You can see from the image on the left of your screen that this was a vision that the Cal students created in the 2021 Golden Shovel submission. That was a competition between Stanford and Cal. I want to remind the board that the River Oaks site is a transit-oriented development site, and this was established back in 2009 when our transit-oriented development portfolio was first approved by the VTA board. We are anticipating significant revenue from the River Oaks site to come into VTA via the transit-oriented development program. When we do projections, we note that over $100 million will come in net present value on proceeds coming from development of the site. When you look at the life of the future leases and phases of development on this site, we anticipate incomes exceeding $2 billion. We are in the process of doing a market study and market sounding effort. And if that is successful in bringing interest into the site and there is a board action to relocate headquarters, you could anticipate that we'd release this site for a future RFP for transit-oriented development. Next slide, please. With that, we will pause the presentation here. We are available for your comments and to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much. Let me first start and see if there are any questions from the public or comments.
We have one request to speak on Zoom. Blair, you may begin speaking when ready.
Oh, thank you.
Hi, Blair Beekman. Thanks a lot for this item. I think it's kind of sad to be considering the move from the River Oaks campus, you call it. I mean, it's a really nice place. I understand the money involved and the profit margins that can be considered. They're theoretical, of course. I can just ask that we consider peace of mind before money. And I don't know what else to say. It's tough to work on those sort of issues, but you can say no to money, and we can work towards, I think we all feel really good about the River Oaks campus. So good luck in how to bring union people around to the River Oaks campus more and share its equalities. And thanks for the love for this time. Good luck in how we can all work on it and consider it. Thank you.
No other comments? I'm going to, oh, Harry, welcome, and we'll close the queue online and we'll go to public. Thanks, to present. Thanks, Harry. Sorry about that.
No worries. Hello again. I would like to comment a little bit on the River Oaks potential relocation. So as a giant nerd, I decided to do an analysis of the land use at every light rail station. It took a long time, and I did not get much sleep, but that's what you do when you're a nerd, I guess. And at River Oaks, with the current VTA property and the quite large undeveloped property there that is has future potential, I'll say. There is a total of 84 acres available for future redevelopment at River Oaks. That is a very large amount of land, and that can support a lot of housing and high-density mixed use, and maybe also possibly worth considering if relocating to downtown San Jose. Why not be near Diridon? That could be a good place. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to my colleagues and see if there are any comments or questions, and I'll start with Pam.
Thank you. This is an interesting proposal. Hadn't really thought about relocating River Oaks, but I can see, having only been a director for a couple of years, how that property has sort of outlived its usefulness. It's not really planned for the use that it has today. By meeting here, one use is we're not able to meet over there because there's not the space allowed. So I'm hoping, as you're looking into facilities, that chambers for holding our director meetings will be a small component. That's not the major driver, but it's a consideration, because I'm assuming we pay for the use of this facility, or relocating all of our staff here. It's a cost, and time is involved in that. I'm curious, the proposal is that you might come back to us. You want direction from us in the wintertime? Is that what you're thinking?
We are anticipating wrapping up the call for proposals from building owners in the next month. We're hopeful that there will be a recommendation that may even come to the board in closed session at the next board meeting.
Okay, so that would, I'm just trying to think through the phases of executing a lease, locating a property, executing a lease, the build-out of the the property we might be relocating into. Is there, when it comes back to us, I'm very concerned about the cost analysis of all the components of relocating to another facility. I would strongly encourage you to look into San Jose to stay within the San Jose proper area. Just throwing that out there as a San Jose City Council member. And
Now we're going to have some arm wrestling.
I'm
Okay.
sure we are, but it is central to the city, central to the county. I'm just saying.
Go ahead, Joe.
But I'd like to see a cost-benefit of analysis. What's it cost us to stay where we are? What's it going to cost to move? How long will it take to develop the property? When will we get funds? You know, the dollars you're talking about, the TOD is huge and could be very impactful, but there could be a huge lag between us relocating. In fact, there will be a huge lag between the time we relocate to the time that we benefit from those resources. So I'm overall intrigued by the concept. I'm overall appreciative that you're looking at saving money and looking at more at facilities that'll be better utilized. I'm impressed that the parking situation, the analysis you've done on parking, that we won't need as much parking as the Great Oaks is, or River Oaks is, has. That's good to know. That means people are using transit, and what a great role model. So I have a lot of questions, but I'm curious to see more timing, relocation, costs, all those kind of things. With that, I'm finished with my questions, but I really look forward to seeing more information.
Great. Do you want to respond?
Yeah, Director Foley, I think all of the items you're interested in hearing about on the cost benefits analysis would certainly be a part of our presentation and proposal on any recommendation.
I think one other point that was made that I think is actually a very important one is on the financial analysis with the timeline. Even though I recognize these are really far in advance to do these, I do think the point that was raised is actually a really important one because of the need potentially to borrow resources and all that. And so do you know your timeline on the financial framework that you'd be able to share with the board?
We do have draft numbers that we're getting ready for that same presentation. So as a part of that discussion, there would also be discussion on a potential funding plan.
Perfect, thank you. Omar?
I'll use this mic. Thank you so much, and I agree with what my colleagues are saying, so I don't have much more to add. The only thing I wanted to mention is in rebuttal to a point we just heard earlier. I think as much as possible, I would encourage us to look at the entire county and not particularly bias one city over another. I do think we have a wonderful county out there once we look outside of just one really, really big city. Thank you.
Oh my goodness, all right. Well, I'm gonna break in on that one. All right, Rosemary.
Thank you. You know, I was looking at your project timeline and actually thought that, you know, within a year, sign a lease and purchase option. Is that optimistic? Or, I mean, is that, I know there are a lot of buildings out there that could potentially be utilized or, you know, much, you know, there's a lot out there. And so is that the reason why it seems like, oh, within a year? Because I see the move or doing anything as taking time. And so I'm just wondering if this is optimistic or realistic.
I think the acquisition, be it a lease with a purchase option or a purchase and sale agreement, it's a two-part discussion, right? The move-in date doesn't mean we're going to move into the site by the end of the year or early next year. It means that we'll be executing the documentation to prepare for the transaction. There will be all sorts of things required prior to move-in, like tenant improvement build-out, moving costs, furnishings, et cetera. There's lots of things to consider. So the move-in date is not necessarily the same time frame as when we would sign the documentation. What I will share, which is really key to the timeline of when a agreement might be struck, is we are in a distressed commercial real estate market. There's a tremendous opportunity now. People are trying to move their properties at this time in a relatively quick fashion. And agencies like ours and anybody who's in the market needs to be prepared to move quickly.
Yeah, I do know that in San Jose, there's some really nice buildings.
Any other comments or questions? Other Omar? Oh, I'm sorry. Other Omar and then Sergio.
I'm the other Omar. Hello. So I think it is really important that it's along obviously a transit corridor, since we are a transit agency. And when I do visit the River Oak facility, sorry, yeah. When I do visit the River Oak facility, I noticed that the parking lot is really underutilized. So it's, I'm so glad that our VTA employees are utilizing public transportation. It's extremely important. And I also encourage VTA to look into downtown, because downtown's open for business, I have to say that. And so we have a huge vacancy rate in downtown San Jose, and we're seeing vibrancy coming back to downtown San Jose. So let's not forget about downtown San Jose. So that's enough for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Sergio, I apologize.
I'm not going to make a pitch for Campbell, but it is very centrally located.
He's going to say, but he will be the chair, so, or potentially.
I just wanted to show my appreciation when two big things actually. One is I just love that we're surfacing this. I mean, I know it's a lot of work, as has been noted, in a short period of time, but it's kind of creative, innovative, responsive thinking that I think we need more of in government. So for that, I deeply appreciate. And that you don't always see at every agency. So I really appreciate that we've moved on this so fast to take advantage of the current market. The other point that I want to make is that when this was first brought up, I really wanted to make sure that the way in which we rolled out this process, which is a major change to the organization, was really honoring and bringing in all of our employees across the entire organization, and including our line staff. And Chair, you brought up the related point as well, that the space itself should hopefully be, and we should look for opportunities to support the kind of culture that we want to see throughout the entire organization, and I've brought up the process itself for that. So I really want to commend you for, and I've gone more in detail on this, and just been incredibly impressed with the town halls, the huge response rates, record response rates on the surveys that we're doing. So please keep that up. It's deeply appreciated from where I sit, but I think it's meaningful and deeply impactful for the organization as well. Thank you.
Great. Deb? Thank you. I just wanted to suggest that when we're looking at different sites that we are, and maybe you said this and I just missed it, but when we're evaluating sites, we're not just evaluating on cost, but also on amenities for the staff who are going to be there, as well as the proximity to transit and the ability to take transit, and so that we're weighing more than just what it's going to cost the organization itself, but also kind of taking into account those external costs on our staff.
Absolutely. So the RFP that was released by Colliers International specifically called for a proximity location within 450 feet of any transit station, specifically light rail. So that is a baseline requirement. As a part of the survey responses that we're seeing, we're really learning what is most meaningful on the amenity side for our employee population. That will all be considered as a part of the recommendation matrix that will be a part of what will come to you all as the ultimate recommendation or recommendations for you all to consider.
And are you also taking into account kind of not just recruitment, so ability to be near a light rail station, but also kind of retention where the employees are now and how easy the commute will be for them?
Yeah, absolutely. We're in the process of doing a travel demand study. So we've taken the origin zip codes of all of our employees. We're analyzing that on the various options that are being considered and also comparing that against what their travel time would be to River Oaks, both via car or via transit. So we will have information to share that way.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, anything else? So first, I just wanted to say to Jesse and team, thank you for being so responsive to the feedback that you're getting, and I think there's just a lot of enthusiasm. The three things I want to make sure just that I've heard from follow-up from our colleagues is, one, that as a decision-making matrix gets more refined, that's something that gets presented to the board so the board really understands what's being prioritized based on the feedback we have from our employees. Second, the point that Pam raised about making sure that we have a financial framework that the board understands and can track and follow, and recognize, just to say this aloud to my colleagues, that the rate of return on the River Oaks site long-term, we recognize that will be speculative, but very, very important as part of our overall land use strategy. So I don't think people need immediate results. I think we just really want to understand what the financial trajectory will be, risks and opportunities. And then lastly, I have really appreciated the ongoing updating of the project timeline and work plan. And what I would recommend is that the option that you have in terms of signing a lease, that the TIs and the other components to it are added to the project timeline, because I know this is project phase one, but it's hard to digest that. I know you're thinking about it automatically, but I think it's, again, very important to the board. And then colleagues, one thing that I'll just say is I worry when government does two things. One, when we sell property, I don't like selling property. I think it's really important that we maintain as many assets and resources, in part because it allows us to buy and borrow against and have more flexibility, and I really don't like paying rent. Like, I find it offensive. And then the second is, and I say that because I do think that understanding the totality of the property ownership relative to the organization and what opportunities that creates long-term is also something that should be presented to the board at some point. And really what I'm thinking about, Jesse, is that you all have been extremely thoughtful about the utilization of underutilized parking garage lots and other things, but helping the board understand the accumulation of those assets. And again, what does that mean long-term into the future relative to diversifying our funding, and this was actually something that Carolyn had mentioned to me, and that is what the opportunities both at River Oaks are and with the opportunity to purchase somewhere else, again, in terms of the overall asset management of the organization. Because frankly, we're thinking about the assets in terms of, well, I think it would just be beneficial for the board to understand that as part of the financial future of the agency.
You know, we can share a holistic view of anticipated income across our TOD portfolio. I think the other thing, and I think this is what you're getting at, that we should be thinking about is when we acquire sites, is also the future redevelopment of those sites however many years down the road. These are all assets that are beneficial to our agency. And future proofing and planning is a part of the.
Exactly. And I think, you know, the other thing I'll just say is I know we end up leasing on occasion, I mean, many occasions, we're leasing laydown space for what it would cost to buy it. And I know sometimes there are constraints that come with the money that's being involved in this, but given how much local funding that should be unconstrained is available, I would like us not to be leasing laydown space. It really doesn't make sense. And that's the kind of thing that I want the board to have the opportunity to consider as options relative to everything from, you know, the build out of light rail to the future build out of BART, the Dearborn Arena Station. All of those are opportunities, again, for us to use the public dollars in a more judicious fashion than we have on occasion, especially because we have so much local revenue, again, that should be unconstrained relative to utilization.
Not only should we be considering laydown space, but also our outside renting of facilities for our project teams and things like that. So that is all a part of the thought process that you'll hear about.
I really appreciate that, Jesse, because you're right. What we're spending for space, again, should be owned and then given the opportunity to determine future opportunities. So thank you so much. I appreciate your brains. All right. I think we've run that to the ground. So thank you all very much. And there's no action except some high-level direction that we'll look forward to seeing the product of. So we're going to move on to the report on operations, training, and development. Welcome.
Good evening, Chair Chavez. Good evening, Vice Chair Lopez, and all board members. Derek Calhoun, Chief Operating Officer. Tonight, you'll hear from Deputy Director Lisa Vickery, who's going to talk about our Operational Development Department and talk about some of the things that we're doing from a training perspective. This is in reference to a board referral that talked about management and supervision training. When I arrived at VTA back in 2022, I wanted to assess the operation. Based off of the operational assessment, I reached out to our general manager to ask if we could take another look at the organizational chart that was in place for operations. When we initially started in the operations department, you had 2 deputy directors. One deputy director was in charge of rail maintenance and rail operations. The other in charge of bus operations and bus maintenance. The way the operation works, I wanted to have somebody that was in charge of maintenance, our way, power, and signal, and to make sure that we had continuity throughout operations. So I was able to bring in another deputy who's Jesse Soto, and Jesse Soto has taken over all of maintenance as well as our way, power, and signal, and our facilities as well too, so that we establish that continuity. The other thing is with Nani Singh, who was the other deputy director. He's now overseeing all of bus operations and rail operations, which creates continuity. The other thing that I wanted to look at is what could we do from a training perspective and an operations development perspective, and that was to build and have a deputy director that was overseeing our operational development. That included our joint workforce investment, our zero emission program, but as well as our management overall training. Usually, and I'll just say it, you know, I've come from different agencies, people are kind of given the keys and they're told to manage. As you'll see, as Lisa presents today, we're going to make sure that we have in place a rigorous program that's going to make sure that we're building leaders, coaches, and people that are moving VTA forward in the future. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Lisa to present the Operational Development Department.
Thank you, Derek. Thank you, directors. Is there this PowerPoint slide? You can go to the next slide. Thank you. As Derek mentioned, the creation of an operations development team, one that's focused solely on supporting and developing operations employees, is a very, very unique step for a transit agency to take. I don't know of any other transit agency that's taken that approach and done that kind of investment in our employees. I began my career at VTA in training and development. I have been with VTA for a long time, but I spent most of my time in operations doing the work that Derek was referring. I was the deputy director of bus and transportation and maintenance when he came. And I think that I just want to, all right, I won't thank you now. But I do think that it's a very unique opportunity as an agency for us to really put and invest in focus. So I just have briefly, this is the org chart of the Operations Development Department. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but I am very excited to have these folks on my team and watch these names. They are rock stars for VTA. You will hear more from them in the future, I am sure. You can go to the next slide. As I'm sure you're aware, VTA has been through a lot over the last few years. We've had some deeply difficult events as well as wonderful changes and decisions that are reinvigorating us as an agency. And these changes, good and tragic, have deeply affected our staff, and we're just going all in on resources to stabilize and revitalize VTA operations, and that's really our training. We are focusing on all levels of training within operations, so everything from what you see on the screen here, which people typically think of as operations training. This is bus operator training, maintenance training, thinking about this from a technical and maintenance skill building perspective. We've always been really strong in this area. As an agency, we are one of the best, in my opinion, in terms of training our frontline staff and making sure that they have the resources that they need. But we need to keep up that high standard. We need to think about how to support the trainers themselves who are providing this important work. We've got new challenges in the workforce post-COVID, post everything that's happened with VTA. As Derek mentioned, our transition to zero-emission vehicles is not something that we can enter into tomorrow without a lot of planning and a lot of thought, and that's happening within our maintenance and transportation training departments as well. And then, of course, we have some really highly skilled jobs that are difficult to fill. And so training and development for staff internally to move into those positions or skill into those positions is really important. Next slide. We've done a lot of that work historically through our labor management partnerships. We're super proud of our joint workforce investment. You all have heard about this before. The 4 pillars of our joint workforce investment, which is our partnership with ATU Local 265, is workplace solutions, meaning workers directly solving problems as they see them in the workplace. Career development, looking at ways to help people move into other positions. Public service, elevating the professionalism and the service provided by our employees and making sure that the public understands that that's what we're here to do. And the health and well-being of all of our employees. We do this through mentorship in a lot of places, in partnership with Mission College, in activities and events and discussions in the hopes to boost morale, and then moving people up, looking for ways that we can create career ladders for folks to move up. We do that with 5 apprenticeship programs right now. Coach operator, light rail operator, track worker, overhead line worker, and service mechanic. We just launched, I'm super excited to say, a labor management partnership with SEIU that includes a signal maintainer training program. So this is going to allow us to fill a very difficult to fill position by training staff who have foundational skills to move into signal maintainer, but need additional training and support to be at the level that they need to be journeyman level for that position. We're also working on community partnerships. This is largely to grow partnerships with community groups that have shared interests. So we have a pre-apprenticeship program currently going on in development with Metro Ed, with ATU International and San Jose Job Corps. And we're looking to grow partnerships with community groups to recruit and support employees from diverse backgrounds, such as veterans, justice-impacted individuals, youth, especially adults who are foster youth, or youth that are looking for strong union jobs where VTA can provide a workplace that can change lives. And so we're looking for and working on partnerships in those areas as well. Next slide. We just rolled out last month our de-escalation training program. I am extremely excited to say that it has gone very well. It's a project that came out of our ATU VTA Joint Safety Committee as a method to reduce assaults or conflict with operators. And the de-escalation training is also a new requirement for transit agencies to provide under the bipartisan infrastructure bill. So we're specifically tailoring our training to transit workers. It's mandatory, it's 8 hours long, it's in person, and it's going to be delivered to approximately 1,700 of VTA's employees. It's all sorts of folks: operations, maintenance, customer service, safety and security personnel, supervision, anyone who works with the public, somebody who is a construction inspector who may come across a person in a construction site that you wouldn't typically think of as a public-facing employee will be getting de-escalation training. It's being provided by Solution Point Plus, which is a consultant that we selected, and they've been getting rave reviews from the staff that have taken the class so far for it being practical, authentic, and extremely engaging and useful to them. We also launched our workplace violence prevention plan this month or over the summer, but we are specifically developing materials for operations employees to complement the agency-wide training. This is things like having tailgate conversations on the shop floor, reference cards for operators in their pouches so that they carry every day when they're operating their bus, so they have reference materials. Training specifically for supervisors in operations to help them develop support and address reports about threats and concerns that are brought to their attention. On the next slide, moving up in the chain of command in the leadership development, we have more than 130 supervisors, managers, leaders within operations. We're more than any other department at VTA in terms of leadership. And we have specific needs that are challenging, both technical and relational as far as supervisory skills go. We're providing and working on an ongoing basis to develop standardized work manuals, basically clear, concise, practical reference materials that are developed by people who actually do the job and know what it takes to do it well. They go up above and beyond supplemental standard operating procedures. They are tested in reality best practices, and they're really designed to increase consistency. We have several divisions, different leaders at different divisions. We need to make sure that they're understanding their expectations and accountability across the divisions. And then we are rolling out micro-learning, just small little bites, little steps to create big leaps in leadership skills. These are the example on the screen. There's the Just Cause, 7 tests of Just Cause. We sent this out as a reminder to all of supervision within operations of the principles of due process and equity. We're working on another one that Derek's going to be the star of the next month. And they're just meant to be delivered easy, 3 to 5 minute bites that will reinforce the values that we want to instill in all of our leadership within operations. And then follow up with coaching as needed to go deeper if there is a particular topic or area where someone says, hey, I need a little more on this. There's structured ways that people can access that. If you go to the next slide, I want to talk for a moment about the biggest portion of our leadership training program, and this is called Refresh, the Operations Leadership Refresh Program. It's monthly, in-depth training. It's for all levels of supervision, from the chief operating officer down to first-level supervisors. It's really in response to everything that we heard coming out of the culture and climate efforts and our work with union leadership, including the board referral that Derek had mentioned. And we're structuring it to be a monthly training program on a series of leadership topics, dependent on the topic for different durations with mixed participants in each session. The focus on all of the training is on equipping operation leaders to better lead people and increase resiliency for themselves. It's designed to be relationship building. Sometimes the ratio of supervision to employees is 150 to 1. So we're creating opportunities to strengthen the relationships between that kind of level of staffing. It includes coaching, self-reflection and evaluation, feedback techniques for supervisors to utilize, to call supervisors up and managers to live the values of the leadership that we want to see and are expected by VTA, with specific support to address any concerns or needs that come up. It is incredibly transit specific. we're focusing on the idea that transit supervision and leadership is different. We need support and training on how to lead effectively in a transit environment. And I'll just share a little story to give you an example of that. Talking about communication skills is going to be the first in the series of the Refresh series. And at an operating division, sometimes an operator is only going to have a few minutes, 1 or 2 minutes, to come in and ask a question of a supervisor. They have to come in, ask, get their schedule out. And there may not be time for supervisors to respond in that situation with the information that that operator needs. Supervisors need to be available in ways that just frankly aren't normal business hours or normal business practices. And they may have to go back and research the question and then wait to provide the answer the next day or at the end of that operator's shift. Communication's just really different. You can't easily just walk up to somebody's office or send them a quick message when they're a bus operator and they're not right there with you. And as a result, building trust and support looks really different in transit, and we're looking to make sure that the components of the Refresh program are really transit specific so that we don't have the kind of disconnect that can sometimes happen when people go through supervisory training programs, but it's difficult to apply in an operations setting. We are also launching a training program for new supervisors. Operations and workforce development and employee experience, the HR agency-wide training wing, are actually both putting together 2 different programs for new supervision. So this one would build, the operations one would build off of the HR supervisory training with orientation to the specific challenges of supervision and operations, so foundational leadership, but we will be relying on the desk manuals, on SOPs, and on subject matter experts. In both the Refresh program and in the new supervisor program, we're going to be tying in reference materials that we've been using at VTA for a while now. One is a Successful Manager's Handbook. It looks like this. It's a big book full of all sorts of leadership tips, techniques, and really comprehensive design to create effective, resilient leaders, right in line with what we're trying to do with the Refresh program. And then also the VTA Leadership Framework Dimensions, which I will talk about briefly on the next slide, because I think it's really important for the board to understand that these are the values that the culture and climate work has identified as the leadership framework dimensions for leadership going forward at VTA. And they're really important. They're adopted to align leadership around these specific values and attributes across all of VTA, not just within operations. Each area of focus has a color, which I really appreciate because I enjoy that I can now make things color-coded based on which leadership dimension they relate to. For example, the communications leadership training that's coming out with Refresh First is blue. You can see how mentoring and coaching, which I've mentioned is a big component of all of this training a few times, and also within our labor management partnerships, really are in line with people focus, the red dimension, building relationships and fostering team growth through valuing and encouraging career development and mentorship. Zero emission vehicles is probably green. So using this framework, we're working to create alignment across all of VTA, and as usual, my team and I are focusing on how operations leadership specifically can live these values in action within our operations division. So with that, I can be open to any questions, comments, or considerations.
Thank you. I'm going to first go to public and see if we have any public comment on this item. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public comment, and then I'm going to go to colleagues. Could you just refresh us on the referral that you are responding to?
So there was comments made about supervisory training. I don't know, Elaine, if there was a formal referral made by the board or, but just in general, supervisory training and what was occurring was requested by the board.
Okay. So the one reason I was mentioning this is I think when responding to a board member, with as much specificity as possible, just reflecting
Sure.
what you're responding to, because it would help refresh all of our memories about what bucket this fits into. But anyway, that's kind of a broad just sense. I'm going to see if there are any comments or feedback to my right. I don't see any. To my left, I don't see any. First of all, I just wanted to say thank you. I thought this was very exciting, very interesting work. I'm curious about how this aligns with the climate change work.
Well, the leadership framework dimensions are directly from the climate change work. So that was part of, and those are based on the analysis of surveys, discussions with employees, and analysis of where we want to go as an agency in terms of leadership and style. So it is very much intended that all of this will work in coordination with one another. These are generally speaking, broad leadership values, but how we translate them into day-to-day actions by supervision, management, and others is really important. But I see this kind of as our North Star.
So let me be more explicit and make a recommendation. And I'm going to actually make this through you because I want you to have a chance to think about it. When we're presenting on values, change, and all of that, I think that there should be a written report and perhaps one of the things you might want to think about is you have a framework now in terms of what you respond to the board, like here's what a response looks like, here's the background and all that. We should call out the work that's being done relative to culture change, and the second part of that is the work being done directly with the staff to develop the training. And here's why, Lisa and Derek. First of all, I am very excited about this. I really want to encourage us to use your term North Star, to be able to align the changes being made with the feedback we're directly getting from the staff and being able to say this is in bucket X or bucket Y. And there should always be a piece of every report that outlines the communication and outreach done with staff prior to a presentation like this coming forward. Because I think, Derek, under your leadership, I know there's a lot more communication happening with line staff. It's unclear to me from looking at this how much of this was done in partnership for three reasons. One, there's not a written, the slides are great, but there's no written report that I can say, oh, this makes sense, this is where it fits in, and I can set that aside. Second, you're presenting by yourselves, and if we, and I know JWI is such an important program. I know we've got a lot of line staff that are really excited about training. That should be reflected in how information gets presented to the board, because then we understand how deep it is in the culture, if it's a beginning thing, if we're in the middle, and how did we lay out the framework in partnership with the organization. I think eventually it will become a core habit of the organization to have these discussions, but for us, it's very intermittent. Some of you do it, some of you don't. Some of you do it with a piece of your work. And what we're really trying to understand is how deep that wave is in terms of fundamentally changing the way we think about the institution, and that the leadership tenets or the goals that are being set are really deeply held as in terms of values to the organization, because we've gone across middle management, line staff, to our ultimately the other way around to our customer. Does that make sense?
It does, and we will make sure that we write a full report and get that full report to the board. I just want to make sure and make it very clear that we're not doing anything here in a vacuum, and we're making sure that we're involving the unions, we're also involving all the line staff. We do regular town hall meetings to get that feedback and to make sure that we're listening to and responding to not just the operators, but also the staff as well too. And in the culture and climate groups as well too, you have the ELT group that's working on leadership development as well too. So we're all tied to that as well. When we initially started this, we had some union members that were actually involved in the initial training of the Successful Manager's Handbook. I brought this over from another agency. Started it with a group of ops managers, superintendents, deputy directors, and myself to go through so that we can understand the core competencies of what it takes to be a great leader. And those are things that we're going to continue to do and bring everybody along and just not do it ourselves.
And I think, just to be crystal clear, and I'm actually saying this more to my colleagues even than all of you, which is that if we aren't engaging, I don't mean informing, I don't mean presenting, if we are not engaging our line staff,
Right.
all of the resources that we've spent with Deloitte and ABD Ventures and whatever else we spend in the future, we will not be able to quantify the impact because we will not see it directly absent, because culture change is expressed in engagement more than any other tenet, right? Like, do people buy in? Do they feel engaged enough to speak up? And so that's part of why I'm pressing it. And the other thing I would just say is, I think as often as possible, anything that's related to the operations of the organization, we should be choosing or working with other parts of the organization to present it, because then it helps us understand that this is an adoption that's deep and meaningful in terms of the way the organization's seeing itself. So, again, for future reference. I don't have anything. Rosemary?
Thank you so much. Ditto what the chair has said, plus thank you. This work lays the foundation for the entire organization to really make it intentional, and I think that it's going to, hopefully it'll create these waves all across the organization to make things better. And, I think that I like the idea of having it come back, because this is the type of thing that's really hard work. And we have to keep it top of mind. It's always, oh yeah, it's being done, some people are here and there, but to have it consistently happen, I think it's a lot of work. but I think it's important work, and thank you for moving this forward. And I really just would echo everything that the chair has said. So as a board member, I think this is something that we need to continue to engage on. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. And yes, Sergio.
Also, ditto what was said. Derek, I know since you've came on, it's been really clear to me that that in engaging everyone down to line staff, managers, everyone above and in between is a deeply held value for you. So I've seen evidence of you doing that. I think what came out for me and I really appreciate the questions, which help just clarify some of that for me and connect the pieces. So I think that's what we're asking for: connect the pieces for us, just in presenting that will really be helpful. But also just really am excited about this work and for us to continue it forward, and intrigued also by the idea of opening up opportunities for other folks to present and be a part of this, which itself is, a great leadership development opportunity that, really goes along with the spirit of this work. So I just look forward to seeing that continue to come forward.
All right, Carmen,
Just
you
one
get
more.
the last
Yeah,
word.
Thank you, Chair. So I really appreciate your presentation. These 6 dimensions are something that we could all, even the board members can use that. So did you write that book, or did you borrow?
Oh, no. The leadership framework dimensions came out of the work that Deloitte did in the culture and climate. So that was part of their work. And then the Successful Managers book has been, 1 million copies in print. It's a pretty.
Yeah, I think this would help the leadership on the boards, so thank you.
Thank you very much, and appreciate the presentation.
Thank you.
All right. And again, like I do think, well, anyway, you guys got it. I'll follow up with Carolyn. All right, we're going to move on to item 7.3, and this is an informational item to review the staff's response on the Board of Directors referral. And again, I would just say it's okay to call out who gave the referral and remind them that they did it. This one I know is mine, but also because some of this I think will get dealt with over some period of time, and it would be good to know where the beginning of that was. So, did you want to present today? Yes? Yeah, okay. Let's go ahead and go for it.
Okay, good evening, directors. We are here to give you an update on a referral from Director Chavez that we received on August 1st, as well as to provide more ongoing feedback and updates on a referral that we received from Director Chavez in May. My colleague Bernice Alanis is going to give the presentation, and what I'll just highlight before she brings her slides up is that we understand from your feedback that this is not the kind of referral where we come back with a single answer and everything's fixed. This is really about fixing a process and fixing our relationships with communities. Something that's very important to me. It's very important to the project leadership. And so we're presenting this in the spirit of continuous improvement. We'll continue to improve and check in with you on this as the project goes on. So with that, Bernice.
Thank you. Can we have the next slide, please? So I did want to share some of the CWG, which are our Community Working Group engagement that we have had since May. That was the initial referral. Since then, we returned to in-person meetings, and we are also providing a hybrid option for those who choose to attend those meetings remote. So we did hold our first series in July, all three of the community working groups, with both in-person and hybrid option. We are currently working on getting a professional meeting facilitator to really help and assist us with keeping the meetings on point and really elevating the importance of the meetings that the members are attending. We currently provide information in advance, but we are now going to be providing information to the CWG members that will ultimately go to the board. So they will be vetting some of the key discussion items that will come to the board, and we will summarize those discussions at the board meetings. We will also be sharing the feedback we get from the CWG meetings with the BART Silicon Valley Phase 2 Oversight Committee. And we can go to the next slide. So that's how we've already addressed the initial referral that was part of a larger referral in May. And then we got some additional input in an August referral that mentioned some very specific elements of how we proceed with the CWGs. And I feel like this is very timely as the project progresses from us really utilizing the CWGs to really inform and educate them. We had sessions on like budget, understanding the process to get our full funding grant agreement, understanding TOD, just various elements. And now that we're getting into finalizing design and going and beginning construction, I think this is a very good time for us to really look at how we're engaging these members and how they can provide more input in the directions that we're going. So in the August referral, we got directions to have more interactive discussions to really not just present information, but really engage the members in getting their input and really having two-way information share. So we're giving information and we're getting information back. Also, basically really elevate their role and have them get information that we will ultimately bring to the board. So really let them know how critical and important their role is to this project, because they are going to get information and vet things before the board formally vets them at the board meetings. And then we were directed to look at ways to better re-engage the CWG members, get them more involved. We have some members that aren't as involved, and so we have some strategies that we are going to share on the next slide so that we can have them be more engaged and get more input from them, and also utilize them to help disseminate information. Also, the other item in this referral was to have consistent, dedicated, reliable staff, and we are working on that as far as assigning individuals that will be full-time and will be the main liaison for each of those station areas. So they will be a critical element in the participation of the CWGs. Next slide, please. So we took the suggestion of really moving from providing information to really having the members more engaged, and we broke those down into 17 strategies, and those strategies are how can we better inform those members, like looking for tools, giving them objective information that they can disseminate to their communities, and then really in those strategies, how do we consult more with those members? So looking at tools, getting ways and providing venues at the CWG meetings where they can give us feedback and analysis, doing little polls, presenting the information before so they can come prepared to discuss, so they'll have all the information in advance, and then ask their feedback for any alternatives and where they are on certain decisions that will be made by the board. And then just really enhancing their involvement, looking at ways and activities that we can have the project staff work with the community working group members and get their feedback on perspectives that they can use to help us advance the project and really know where, with these CWG members, them representing the larger community, that we will really have a better pulse as we move forward with certain elements such as station design, looking at doing our construction transportation management plans. Next slide, please. So we currently work and vet the information with our CWG chairs, but we are going to, they help us create the agenda for the meetings. We are now going to work initially with the CWG chair, but then also provide all of the materials further advanced to all of the members so they can come to the meetings very prepared for discussions and engagement. Also, we're looking at ways that we will basically have a whole toolbox that our CWG members can use, and they can disseminate information to both the organizations that they represent and the communities at large. We will include in those toolkits fact sheets, social media, ways that they can share information, our quarterly newsletters, information on blogs. And next slide, please. So one of the challenges we've been having are really making sure that the community working group members are coming to the meetings and are very engaged. So our current strategies are that we send out initial meeting dates. We involve them in setting the schedule. We send out email reminders 2 weeks before and a week before. We always check in with community working group members and ensure that they're available and encourage their attendance in advance. And we always plan out our working calendar for the meeting dates in advance. So once we know when all of the information is going to go to the board, we will make sure that we are planning for those more frequent meetings with our CWG members. Now, some new strategies are that we will be doing quarterly follow-ups with our members to get a pulse on their participation, why they are or are not attending. We are going to assign the community working group members a 4-year term. That will be with the organization will represent their organization, and they will assign which member of their organization will represent them and be participating in the CWG. And then we already have, but we will continue to reach out to new organizations. And we've also actually started an effort to really engage young adults and students to participate in the CWGs, to really get the perspective of the students and those who are ultimately going to be using our transit services for the greatest amount of time. And we will really work on fostering relationships through regular individual meetings with our CWG members. Addressing item number 4, consistent and reliable staff. As I mentioned, we will have an individual assigned to each stationary, and they will be the key liaison for each CWG of the 3 CWGs. And then we are going to, as soon as we procure our professional facilitator, we will start utilizing the facilitator to run those meetings. And then we will be tracking and on an ongoing basis get feedback from the members to make sure that we're adequately engaging them and that they feel like their volunteer time is being really valued and we're maximizing it. Next slide, please. So for the next steps, as we move in where we are in the project, looking at really, we have some critical efforts to work on. One of them is really engaging the CWG members as we develop our construction transportation management plans. This is sort of the means and methods and how we do traffic controls and how we deliver the project, getting significant community input. We did that with the CTMP, Construction Transportation Management Plan for the West Portal. which we have implemented right now in the early works. We will be engaging the CWGs with our Thriving Business Program. That is our small business program that we've developed. So we will be presenting all of our activities to them and getting a pulse and asking them to really give us their input on the success of that program and if we need to do any tweaks as we're implementing it. We will be coordinating with the design review committees, and we will actually have the design review committee members attend the CWGs so that the CWGs can get involved. There is much overlap, but also have them participate as we advance in the station design and those design review committees. And they'll provide more information on the station configuration, and we'll also be engaging them as we work over the next 60 days on the budget gap that we're all working on. And I am happy to answer any questions, or if you have any further suggestions on how we can really elevate the engagement of our CWG members.
Thank you. I'm going to start with public comment, and I'll start with those in the room. If I could invite Suds to speak. Welcome.
Hello. I served on the CWG for Santa Clara for 3 years, and attendance was actually quite poor at the CWG meetings. It really felt like a one-way flow of information from staff to us. We didn't feel like we had any agency to change the plans. I actually believe that the CWG should be a fully public meeting with the CWG members sitting like on a dais or at a table, but the other members, it seemed like only VTA groupies would show up to CWG meetings. And the purpose of the CWG meeting was to have information flow about the project go to the community. So we should invite as many people as we can, because a lot of CWG meetings didn't actually disseminate the information to their communities. So, and I think that we should have board members attending, because then the CWG meetings, people feel like they connect with the board meeting, they have agency to get their ideas through. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public speakers?
Blair, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hi, Blair Beekman. Thank you for that previous public comment. That was really interesting, good words spoken. Thank you. I can offer some good anecdotal advice that, thank you, that I think you made a very good decision to move from vertical tracks to side-by-side tracks in the one bore system. I think you wanted to work towards concepts of safety, and we should be learning how to talk about that more openly and accessibly and clearly, as that's really important to myself, learning how to do that better. We should always be working towards those goals. You have some beginning ideas here. But what the previous person said, good luck in really involving the public in this process and making it a clear, and always want to be working towards a clarity and accessibility in understanding and knowledge. It's not just a small group thing. It should be shared. Good luck in those efforts, and to bring in union persons, ATU. Always bring in ATU and light rail persons. Thank you.
All right, we're going to close the public comment. I'm going to go ahead and dive in on this because this was a referral I made, and I'll just share how we used these in the past and what my objective has been now. So when I served on the city council in San Jose 100 years ago, and we were beginning the construction of BART and working through this with the community, one of the most important components was that we anticipated really disrupting people's lives. So people would call and ask me questions, and I have very, very smart constituents. So we were sending out to them what we were getting so that they could read it themselves and give us feedback. The goal was to have every member of the community working groups, and we even named them that, so that they could answer any question anybody in the public could ask them. And because of that, we had very little conflict. We had fights in the meetings about content, but not so much about whether or not we were giving them, people weren't mad at us about, well, they were mad at us all the time, but like not about whether or not they actually had input. So the point and we had a consultant who helped us with that, and frankly, we had to work with the staff to make sure the staff understood that we were taking the comments of the public seriously. So, what I just want to make sure of is that the intent is that the folks have all the information they need to be advocates or opponents or whatever it takes. And I'm not sure how the meetings are structured, but we used to structure them. They were they weren't community meetings. They were seated like a board with their name cards, got presentations, and asked questions, not unlike the Silicon Valley Advisory Board that we have for the board now, but with things that were much more focused on the areas that they were in. So what I want to make sure of is that the new plan that we have does in fact engage them and treat them like members of a board. They are public meetings. We can invite the public to them, but we are talking to 12 people who've agreed to spend a lot of their time getting briefed so that they can give us feedback. Is that the current structure or the anticipated structure?
Yeah, I think definitely moving from, I think we've done a good job on the information part. That was sort of early on. They were getting educated on the project so they could disseminate information. But I think now, as we're making decisions, it's really important that that we provide information, but then we get their pulse and we get their feedback, right? And I think as we're moving into finalizing the design of the stations and such, and as we're getting ready to develop these plans that are going to be determining how traffic is going to operate and lane closures and things, that they will then have an opportunity to get the information, but then not just receive it, but then give us their feelings and their impressions and alert us if there might be some issues, right, and reactions to those. So I feel like this is very timely that we start getting that feedback and pulse from them on key information so that we don't go into anything not prepared with what the public reaction might be.
So I want to just, that's helpful, Bernice. I just want to say, I feel like we have tried to start this over a few times, and I cannot emphasize enough how concerned I am that people genuinely feel unheard and actually disrespected. We had a meeting where, people who've been engaged in this for years gave me feedback, and this was recent. This was like in the last 6 months about having a meeting that was so controlled that they didn't feel like they could give information. And so all that is to say that what I'd like to recommend, and I think you're going to be doing this anyway, but through the BART Phase 2 committee, that we get an update on how the working groups are going. And I do want to recommend, I don't know if we have a third-party facilitator, and I don't even like the word facilitator because this is not driving a conversation, it's building a relationship with people so that when we want to have a fight with the federal government, we have a whole bunch of people that we could call that are going to join us at that fight because they are so excited about this project. So my question is, beyond not getting yelled at anymore by my neighbors, how do I know we're moving in that direction, and who is the third party, who's helping us with this?
So we are in the process to get this individual, whether we call them a facilitator or sort of administrator, right? I do believe that it's going to be important as we're really now asking more of these members, because we were previously meeting 4, maybe 5 times a year if we had an extra meeting. We are now going to be asking these individuals to really commit to maybe once a month meeting. So I think that I think we need to clearly lay out what their role is so they understand how important and how critical and how much they will be engaged, and really get that commitment as we move forward to engage them at this new level and make sure that they're prepared.
Okay, so Bernice, just to very concretely, we're doing an RFP, an RFQ. What are we doing to get the help that we need?
An RFP.
And the RFP is asking, because here's the other thing I want to make sure of, whoever we hire has to have the capacity to give you all feedback about whether or not we're doing this the right way versus us hiring somebody to dish out
Running meeting.
information. So the RFP is out, it's on the street, or it's going out?
It hasn't gone out yet, so we can certainly augment their scope to really.
They have to be somebody you respect enough that they can come back and say, these people are gonna bring pitchforks at us, and these are the last people who should be pitchforking us, honestly. I mean, I don't know a better way to say it, but the organization has to have the maturation and your willingness to listen to them for this to be, helpful. I see a lot of colleagues wanting to lean in, so I'm gonna turn to Pat and then to Sergio.
Yeah, thank you. So just kind of, I've heard about these issues for some time, haven't experienced them firsthand in this context, but I have in other contexts. And what I heard was our staff moving toward, okay, from really being principally one-directional of providing information to saying that we now want to get a pulse or a sense of these groups. But that's something shy of what I think we want to pursue, and I want to hear colleagues' thoughts on this, which is after they've become informed that we're hearing their analysis, specifically analysis that is context-based. They know that particular area and circumstance in ways that we don't, and so their insights on it, and then an opportunity for them to actually provide recommendations, which we may or may not agree with, but the opportunity for them to provide recommendations. And I think that is something that is a step above what I just heard you describe. And so that's what I'm interested in hearing from colleagues on what level of engagement do we think is appropriate. And of course, we have to set expectations. They're not going to be empowered to design it, but to have a real voice.
Yeah.
And if they bring up issues that are creative solutions or valid concerns, then those really enter the equation.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Sergio and then to Rosemary.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with the two previous comments. First off, I think this is certainly going in the right direction, and so I appreciate that there's some really good and I think creative suggestions here. Clearly, there's been thoughtful work done on diving into, as it exists now, how can we make that structure more effective? And at the same time, I think a desire to go a little bit further with that, because from my perspective, we definitely need these folks in organizations, whether it's their maybe at one point might be their support for something. Other times, even if they're disagreeing with us, it's their knowledge and expertise. And it strikes my hope would be that you'll take what you're hearing tonight and go back and look at the RFP and think about how that aligns. And it strikes me as I was hearing the chair speak that it's almost maybe when I think facilitator, and I don't necessarily want to get into wordsmithing, but just I think a facilitator is like they're doing a one-time workshop or one-time session or retreat, or that's when you get a facilitator. And thinking of the work, it's almost something a little bit closer to organizing, because you want a relationship, you want something that goes both ways, that is meaningful and authentic and long-standing. So I would hope to think of it in that sense along those lines. And again, that may not be the exact right word. That's not so much my point, but really to think more about are we going to get what we need. But I appreciate the direction that we're moving in.
Thank you. Rosemary.
Thank you. Two things for me. I just wanted to hear from you what you hope this facilitator will achieve.
I think first and foremost, I think the facilitator or administrator or how, like,
This individual.
consultant, whatever we ultimately end up, I think part of it is it helps sort of elevate the meeting and the input in a sense. Like, one thing I've been hearing was like, it elevates how important these community members feel in their role, which I think is very important. It just like raises how much their input is valued. So I feel like they will help with that. And like our chair just mentioned, I think that they can provide the input and objective, right? We all get a little bit, what do I want to say, attached to ideas sometimes, right? And I think that a good administrator facilitator will help us stay objective in these meetings so that we receive the input without any preconceived like bias. So I think that that's how they can help us be very objective. As I see us moving forward and we're looking at these things like our construction transportation management plans and our design review committees, I feel that there will be options that the CWG members will be weighing, and I think that it will keep those options really open, and that will be able to relay like their choices and preference so that we can effectively relay those choices and preferences to the board.
So the two things that I heard was to elevate the meetings in terms of importance of the meetings and to be objective. That's kind of what I heard. In terms of importance of the meetings, it's not clear to me how having an external person makes it more important. So I don't know. I think that as you think about who you want to get on board, think of what your outcomes may be from this, because I think there was a suggestion earlier about board members attending. I would like to know when those meetings are, and if I can attend, I think that that would indicate that yes, it's important enough that a board member is going to go to these meetings, right? I mean, I know how impacted I am on my schedule, and everybody here is impacted on their schedule, but to me, that speaks more of elevating the meeting, right, as opposed to bringing some outside other person. Yes, I can understand it being objective, but I think you're going to have to be very clear as to why you're bringing this outside person versus having staff do some of that already, because it's not as clear to me as maybe it might be clear to other people. And I'm fairly new to this, so in terms of understanding what goes on into these meetings, I think, you know, if you send me the dates of when they are, if I can go, I will try to do that, because I think that even just being a fly on the wall and just thinking about hearing what they're saying, I think it gives it a different sort of feeling and sense for me. So I will commit to that, and I think that makes it important.
Thank you. Carmen?
Thank
And
you.
then I'll come
Thank
back
you, Chair. So yeah, I really feel that person, that facilitator, is really key, really important to get the community working groups excited. It's to me, it's if you don't have that facilitator to get people excited about the project, they're not going to disseminate that information. And then plus that facilitator also needs to engage them and make them feel like they have ownership in this. This is really key, because when someone feels valued and they you take in their input, it makes a huge difference. So that facilitator, whoever that may be, that's going to be key. So just wanted to make that little point. Thank you.
Thank you. Pat, and then I'm going to get us wrapped up here.
Sorry, I realized two other points I should have made. So one is on the why a facilitator, and one reason is not only hopefully a skill set of a facilitator to really draw out, as Carmen had talked about, but it's also the neutrality. When a agency comes forward with their designs or their tentative designs, there is a natural inclination that their focus is basically on defending what they've proposed. And that's a different environment from setting a neutral conversation. That doesn't mean that what the community members might envision is necessarily what we're going to be able to do, but it allows us to have that open and free conversation. And then the second thing is that we have, I realize that we haven't talked about something that is a change in what is the objective of these groups. If I understand it correctly, initially it was really focused on how do we have designs that are better user experiences and less impacts. We now have a third aspect. Those two still remain, but we have to figure out how to save $700 million to $1.2 billion if we're going to have a project. And so there is going to be a potential tension that some of the things that may be proposed to save those funds might work against some of our other ideals. And that's part of the new challenge. And we just have to lay the cards on the table and be transparent with the community advisory groups on, we now have a third objective that we have to try to achieve. Thanks.
Thank you all for that input. And I do think that, I first of all, I really appreciate, Bernice, how thoughtful the presentation was, because you really hit on a lot of pieces that I hadn't really thought about, so thank you for that. I do want to recommend that you invite members of the community working groups, particularly people who've been around a while, to be part of the evaluation for your RFP. Just because I think they'll be able to tell you whether or not they get the vibe that you asked, Bernice, like do they feel like they're going to be open with them and transparent, and because a part of that is going to be how they present even to you all. I also think it's a really good way to build trust between you and the community working group members so that they feel valued, because they're going to be making the assessment of that person as well. And perhaps choosing a couple people who, like I said, who've been around a while, because I think we'll get a little different perspective from them in terms of what we're trying to accomplish. And then last, for the point that I just really want to lift up, a point that Rosemary raised about the meetings being open. I think whether it's us, our staff, or your staff, there is an import when people come to listen to other people and get their voices directly. So 2 recommendations I would make. One is I love the idea of letting the board know when meetings are happening, particularly in their areas. 2 is that we really should make sure that the community working groups know when the Silicon Valley BART Phase 2 ad hoc committee is meeting, so that they also feel like they can give direct input in a more robust way. So with that, there's no action to be taken except to say thank you, and I am going to encourage that we diversify the evaluation team for the RFPs. All right, colleagues, we're now on item 8, and I just want to remind you all we have closed session. And so I'm going to item 8.1 and to see if there are any items of concern and referral to administration. In addition, there are 2 that are in the packet that I'm going to have us review. Is there an additional? Okay. So on the first one is that I put forward a referral for board members Mahan Torres and ex officio member Abe Koga. And what we're looking at is to create a structured, comprehensive, transparent process as we're creating new staff positions and engaging consultants and external support. The policy is designed, what I would like is for us to ensure alignment with our strategic goals, promoting fiscal responsibility and efficient spending. And to meet these goals, the referral directs the administration to return to the board with the policy for creating new staff positions, emphasizing the need for competitive salary ranges that aligns with industry standards. The policy should outline procedures for hiring consultants and outside support for work traditionally done by staff or contractors. And these guidelines should cover BART Phase 2 and light rail consultants. And the policy should include a requirement for merit criteria for each position. And the policy should also include an annual board review of staff consulting qualifications and hiring of new staff. And we ask that administration work with VTA's bargaining units to create the policy, and we also ask administration to perform a thorough comparative analysis as part of the policy and return with an improved employee hiring process. The administration may obtain support from the general auditor if you'd like, and we would like to recruit and retain quality staff that can provide high quality continuity to meet the long-term visions of VTA. And we don't want to be short-sighted. And as a matter of fact, part of this comes from the fact that we've been discussing these kinds of policies, I think, Carolyn, since for 20-some-odd years, in particular the ones relative to under what circumstances are we hiring staff versus bringing on consultants, and we don't have a really clear, transparent process to evaluate that. So that is my recommendation to staff, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Or if there are any concerns. Yeah, go ahead, Carolyn.
And I think we could talk about it. I think there's just some concerns, getting some clarifications on some of the wording here. I'm a little nervous about the time frame because it's a pretty short time frame for 30 days and what's required. We can have more discussion offline and then framework and then yeah, I think it's more just clarifications in some of this. But so I think we can just talk later. I just want to understand what's meant by the word consultant, because we have a lot of consultants sometimes with many, because we have a lot of contracts, so as a full-time, part-time, those words and clarifications were going to be done. So I think we can just discuss, I have some questions that staff and all of us have, and then does any of it conflict with some of the discussion we have here with CBAs or administrative code? And that's the stuff that I want to take a look at. And then I'm a little nervous, I have no issue with working with the bargaining units, but to create a policy in 4 weeks, 30 days with the bargaining units it can be difficult. So just because their time crunches and our time crunches, so I just want to make sure that we're in it, we'll work on it. I just need to make sure that we have some follow-up conversations on this, because the time frame is very, very short.
So here's a recommendation I would make, and that is that if there are concerns or questions, if that can come back to the board in writing about what those areas are, and we can have government and audit have a discussion about this at G&A once you've had a chance to review it. And let me just say, we currently have a staffing plan for the organization, correct? So that's right. So what I would just suggest is if the information requested can come back through G&A, then I think we can discuss the details of implementation. And colleagues, let me just say this. When the policy comes back, you all may decide we don't need parts of it or we need all of it. What I'm really trying to get to is a more transparent method to understand under what terms and conditions we're spending money and we're adding consultants, under what terms and conditions are we adding staff, and what is the staffing plan out into the future. For all the boards you sit on, we vote on, you do, on both creating the code and attaching the money to it. That's part of our budgeting process. The only organization that I sit on that doesn't have a transparent process like that with the board is actually VTA. So the goal for me is to level set so that the board can plan far into the future what the costs to the organization are going to be of adding staff or contracting staff or adding consultants versus adding staff that should be doing that kind of work. So, and I do recognize this is extremely complex, and I think what I was hoping to get back in 30 days was just a high-level understanding as to thoughts and concerns about it, not that the product would be completed. And I apologize that was me missing. I was probably supposed to change that. And yeah, but it's to come back with a concept about how we could approach it, not to have it completed. And also, believe me, I've worked with the labor movement all my life. I know you can't do that in 30 days. And I know the unions that are listening are saying, you're exactly right, Cindy. But we did meet with them to get their feedback. And I will also just add, colleagues, that in previous contracts, there have been attempts to embed processes within those contracts to be able to do this kind of evaluation. Those are pretty old, and it's probably time we take a look at those again, too. You know, for example, when you're going to create any other concerns or thoughts? So we'll have this at a high level come back through G&A and to the board just in terms of thoughts from staff within 30 days, and then we'll ask them to consider a work plan after the board's had a chance to consider that. All right, with that, we'll go to our next one, and I think that's Pat.
Thank you. So at your places is a proposed referral, and it's about the Palo Alto Multimodal Transit Station, and the proposal is to create a board ad hoc committee to address near-term, medium-term, and long-term challenges with that station. As you've heard my refrain, it's the second largest boardings in the Caltrain system. It's the largest bus station in the county, not the largest VTA. It's the southern terminus of Samtrans. It's the center of the Marguerite system, which is a sizable bus system, and it's AC Transit coming in. It's further complicated by the fact that VTA leases the primary portion of the station, but it's actually Stamford land leased by Palo Alto, sublet to VTA, and Caltrain across the tracks has their territory, and then Samtrans has interests in others. So everybody has an interest, and there's been no leadership by really any agency because nobody has a primary ownership of the issues. In the near term, there are efforts already going on to reactivate the station. The medium term, you may or may not know, there's been for several years a intention to extend Quarry Road for a bus-only entrance into the station from El Camino, which will really improve all the bus circulation, but it means all the other circulation within the station gets changed, and it's an opportunity to improve it. And then longer term, VTA has, in recent months, allocated $1 million out of Measure A dollars toward initiating the long-term redesign efforts on that. There has to be a determination of the scope of that project and where other funding would come from. Those dollars are Measure A dollars. This project is still an active project under the Measure A capital plan. It was not zeroed out. When Measure A was adopted, there was tentatively $50 million toward it. A lot of projects were not able to be funded. This one's still alive. And so those are the reasons that it really finally has needed some focus, and an ad hoc committee, I think, would be the right way to do it.
Yeah, I want to say I completely support what Director Burt says. It is a really important station. It does have a lot of activity at it and a lot of coordination that is necessary. And it's a very complicated station that is going to have actual capital improvements to it and actually has additional capital improvements that are really needed and necessary in the long term for that station to work really well. And I think it's something that we really need to look at. And it's actually one that's really going to need some improvements that are going to support a zero emission type of a facility in the future because it is the end of line for many of our buses. So the one, whether it be us, which has the 22, and it also has the AC Transit has been doing that for the Dumbarton Express. So I think it's a really important station that we need to take a look at. And Pat's shown a lot of leadership here. It's one way that he can bring together Samtrans, Stanford, Caltrain, everybody, and lead an ad hoc committee. So, and I think as VTA, as the congestion management agency, really should take that leadership role, and I think Pat's ready to play it. So I think it's really important. I think we have ability to get funding for this project going forward, and I really do agree this is something we need to pay attention to because I think it is going to, as Pat says, it's a really key station. We have a lot of focus on Dearborn. We really need to focus a lot on Palo Alto, and I think we really need to focus again on Gilroy, and Gilroy has got some money recently from high-speed rail. So these are three of our key stations that we are focusing on. So these are our good ones.
I'm enthused that Vice Chair Lopez has already expressed an interest being on the ad hoc, and hopefully we'll have one other member.
Comments or questions from colleagues? No. Great, so we're going to move on to item 8.2. Are there any announcements from my colleagues? Yes, Deb.
Thank you. Yeah, I have one. So the Caltrain line is going to be fully electrified on September 21st, and that weekend, September 21st and 22nd, Saturday and Sunday, fares will be free, and there are multiple launch parties. Basically, every city that has a stop is having a launch party, and you can go to caltrain.com/launch party to find the nearest one to you. And I just want to invite all my colleagues to come to any events. I'm going to be up and down the corridor all weekend and attending many of these events as chair of Caltrain, and I know my colleagues will be there as well, my Caltrain board members. So I just want to invite everyone to be there. It will be a new timetable as well, so there's a new schedule out that you can view, and it will be service every 30 minutes on the weekends and even more frequently during the week, especially during peak hours. Sure.
I'll just say, it's been really interesting at the events when people have ridden these trains, and just how not only quiet they are and smooth they are and fast accelerating and Wi-Fi and USB chargers and kind of a business class seat, but it goes beyond that. People are just getting all excited, and I think of it almost as an irrational exuberance. It even exceeds the physical improvements. Somehow people are charged up about this, and to a degree even beyond what many of us expected.
So if I could, I'm going to add just a couple things. One, I wanted to say a very sincere congratulations to our Caltrain board leadership. And, you know, you guys have done a great job. And I know Margaret's not here. She's currently serving on the board. But in particular, Deb, just the leadership you've shown to get it to where it is today. And someday you'll write a book about it, I'm sure. And I'll look forward to reading it. The other thing I wanted to remind folks is that we have a board workshop on the Friday. So if you want to get ready for the pre-party, we'll party ourselves at our River Oaks campus at 9 a.m. And the other thing I just wanted to say is that on the evening of September 20th, VTA will be sponsoring, along with me and some others, a cocktail party panel discussion on Title IX and the impacts and implications of Title IX. And I'm really just excited. There was a bag here that I'm going to show you that VTA is going to make sure we're going to recruit women into transit. So I want to thank VTA, and I'm looking forward, and I'll just remind folks that if you have anybody who's doing recruitment, and I'm hoping we're recruiting women who want to work in transit that day as well. So those are, any other announcements that folks have? Did I say cocktail party?
You did. You're thinking ahead.
Thank you for that good catch. All right, well, we'll be careful about that one. All right. Colleagues, we're gonna break into closed session. When I say break, I don't actually mean a break for you, I mean a break for the public, and we're gonna go into closed session, and we will be back, we anticipate, what's that? We finished public comment at the beginning. We have public comment on the public, on what? Oh, public comment, is there public comment on closed session? Thank you, I apologize.
Yes. Blair, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hi, thank you. Blair Beekman, thank you for remembering to offer public comment in closed session. I wanted to thank, good luck in your closed session meeting. You're going to be discussing issues about SEIU and ATU. Those are two of our best unions we have, and to help facilitate good conversations as a whole community process. So good luck in what can be, what can grow, what can be talked about tonight in some of our best unions you'll be talking about tonight and talking with. And to quickly remind as a procedural item, the Brown Act says that, you know, items that are agendized need public dialogue. They have to have public forum. You talk about a lot of important issues on item 8 each week, or each month. You should really learn to allow public comment after such important dialogue after items 8. Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you. We're going to break into closed session. We anticipate being about an hour and 15 minutes.
Recording stopped.
right. We're going to get everybody up on the dais.
Evelyn, that's right. Evelyn has words. Where's Evelyn? She went to go get her laptop.
Recording in progress.
Look, I wrote all over my pen.
So I'm calling our meeting back to order, and I'm going to turn to council. What's that? Yes. You have to turn on the mic. Here.
There we go, thank you. For 9.1A, the board did not take any reportable action. Back to you, Chair.
For 9.1B, the board did not take any reportable action. And I want to thank all of the board for your great work and for the staff that stayed with us. Sorry we made you stay so late. Thank you all.